Can I fly you somewhere today? Music to my ears. Where do you want to go? Atreides and their war levies. Look, all right. Thopter's on.
Welcome. Would you like to deposit or withdraw? How much Stellaris would you like to...
You again. Well, I'll require a temporary special security ID to process that. Unfortunately, excuse me. Please leave. There's nothing. Leave. All right. All right. Take this to a custom.
Ah, come back to hold up the line again, have we? Let's see it then. Everything seems to be in order.
We meet again. You have my thanks. It would be good to get on with the business of healing, rather than spinning in circles in a logistics and bureaucratic purgatory.
How's it? You're back for more, eh?
Can I fly you somewhere today? Music to my ears. Where do you want to go? The basin is a pretty big place. Could you narrow it down a little? I never miss the... Let's move before a storm rolls.
Turn
someone.
big. There's the door.
I dream of it, amongst the wild threads of history and the myriad of paths. My path saw the Imperium rise from the ashes left in the wake of the Great Revolt. Thou shalt not make a machine.
Eyes on hostile. Reveal yourself. Who's that? Reveal yourself. Who goes there? Shields up!
Someone's here.
I see someone. You what? You need to reload. I've got your back. Shields up! Who's there? Found them! Someone's firing! Help! Help! There's someone here! Someone. Who's that? Who's there?
A stranger approaches from the wastes, but a familiar. I buried my name. It's not for my own. I am I'm native to Iraq. I avoid the intent. I have a contract. A masquerade leader seeks.
I insist, reveal yourself! Kill them all!
My sisters, my brothers, long has the son of Arrakis blazed across the desert sands. Long has it burned upon the minds of all that live under its beneath. Long have the winds of the Coriolis swept across the mountains and valleys. So too have they swept through uncounted times, scouring the but yet bears witness to the core of our hearts. Shai-Hulud! Yes, Shai-Hulud is at the center and throughout. Shai-Hulud holds our feet above the sand and guides each step we take. Safeguarding our future, so too does Shai-Hulud remind us of the genesis of all things, the origin without beginning, and admonishes us against our forgetting. But we do not forget. No! For that is what shines that we are steadfast, that we endure, that we are ever changeless in our remembering. In direction, Shai-Hulud is unwavering. In judgment, resolute. In movement, inexorable. In authority, absolute.
Enemy!
We carry the words, and we triumph over our adversaries. But not all Fremen have kept their law. No, not all.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching. Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching. Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
leadership.
I'm sure that fat slig of a bear would love to hear that.
He did not. But he was spread too thin to do much about it. Even when the new town leadership formalized their fealty to House Atreides.
Good for them. Sorry, though, but your old crew were a band of snakes.
You must never be sorry for observing the truth. But at the same time, snakes are at their most dangerous when cornered.
What happened?
The Baron grew tired of losing ground to the Atreides, and dispatched the biggest snake of all to fix his nephew's problems.
Peter DeVries, the Lord High Snake himself.
Upon returning to Arrakis, Peter de Vries's first order of business was to organize the destruction of Simpo, as a warning and message to those who contemplated disloyalty. A massive host of Harkonnen house troops arrived in the dead of night to encompass the town. Outnumbered and surrounded, it was all the Atreides could do to fall back and await reinforcements.
The Harkonnen went on to execute all 27 of the young villagers who collaborated with the Atreides. My sister Sigrid among them.
I did not know that.
Of course you didn't, kid, but I don't hold that against you. I hold it against every other living and breathing Harkonnen and anyone who serves them.
That still doesn't explain the melted sand.
When the sun rose the next morning, the Atreides emerged from their bunker to find the Harkonnens were gone. The relief was short-lived, though. Fire began to rain from the sky.
The Baron kept a stockpile of ancient siege artillery from the old Empire.
And did this?
The Atreides force and most of the town were incinerated in their beds. Just in time for a massive Coriolis storm to come along and blow away anything left behind.
Sorry to interrupt your Greek tragedy, but I think we're being followed.
We are. The last 2 clicks or so. Keep going, we're almost there.
Almost where?
The rubble pile that used to be my home. This way. Here it is. Not much to look at topside.
Topside?
Cover me.
A trapdoor.
Guess I was born a smuggler. Pull it shut behind you.
Damn. It's all scorched and melted.
I was worried about that. The heat from the bombardment must have cooked this place like an oven.
So we came all this way for nothing?
Not for nothing. We're in business.
Huh. What kind of necklace is that?
Shit. I thought we'd have more time.
What's the plan here, boss?
Same as always. Kill them before they kill us.
What's waiting for us up there, Stisk?
Probably half the scabs in the Haga Basin.
Oof, that's a lot of scabbies.
How are we on ammo? We don't have far to go.
We don't?
Trust me, we'll be back in Carthage before sundown. First round's on me. On 3, you're gonna put a full burst through the hatch.
And then?
We run like hell.
That's not the plan.
3, 2, shoot!
Someone's
Go!
Multiple contacts! All around us!
Weapons hot! With me!
Reloading!
Reloading!
Head for that ruined house!
By the way, boss, Captain's been tried for murder. Prohibition on alcohol.
I know! He's a real bastard!
Then what are we drinking when we get there?
Oh, ye of little faith! On 3, the grenade and move! 3, 2, grenades out! Yeah! Keep going! All the way to the back!
The end of what? The dead end?
Here!
Where? Oh, shit. The canyon wall is fading. It's...
A Solito hologram.
That's a big door.
Locked.
Lucky we have the key.
Haha. Your sentimental family heirloom.
It is now. Inside, quick!
Closing door. What now? There's got to be hundreds of them out there.
Trying to get in here.
We ride home in style. Val, get the lights.
Nice. It's a Mark IV medium chum gunship.
Can you fly it?
Does a worm shit in the sand?
Mount up.
You know this is overkill for a bunch of scabs.
The gunship isn't for the scabs. Check the hold.
Shy halud. That's a lot of booze.
Stisk, you crafty devil.
Told you, Val. First round's on me.
Buckle in. Next stop, Carthage.
This is Dune man Keith Villari, reminding you to ground yourself and your equipment when a sandstorm is reported. My crew kept working through the first and second warnings until static electricity shorted out our transmitter. As a result, we missed the warning, telling us the storm was bearing down on our position. Aye, many widows were made that day. Be profitable. Be safe.
Secrets and lies run deep in the crew of a legendary spice harvester. It seems there is more to fear on the dunes than monstrous worms and deadly storms. Sometimes, death comes in the guise of those you trust the most. Join us on our continued search for the truth behind the disappearance of Chief Jarek Thorne. It's Death on the Titan, Episode 2, Web of Fear.
Crew Chief Jarek Thorne died under questionable circumstances following a heated argument with deckhand Rico Marr. And while searching Rico's locker, Captain Noah discovered a coded message from Atreides intelligence addressed to the dead crew chief. I started the day by reviewing the recording of Captain Noah's initial interrogation of Rico Marr.
Rico, why don't you come clean? We found the Mimic film in your locker. How did it get there? Look, you can tell me. Or you can wait until whatever hatchet man the Spice Miners Guild is sending. And you know what his job is gonna be. To solve Chief Thorne's murder. No, you idiot. Chief Thorne's death is the least of it. The man the Guild sends is here to get the spice flowing again. And that won't happen until the crew settles. It won't? No, unfortunately for you. Chief Thorne was well liked, and the crew was out for blood. I suppose the easiest thing for me to do would be to hand you over. But the crew will tear you apart, throw the pieces overboard.
I don't know anything about any Mimic film or anything like that. Someone must have planted it.
I need more from you, Rico. How did you know about the message, and who ordered you to steal it?
No. Why would I risk everything for some stupid message? Yes, Thorne and I fought. But that doesn't mean I killed him.
Rico was adamant that he spent the night of Thorne's murder alone, in his bunk. That is, until a witness came forward saying otherwise.
Sorry, Captain, I didn't remember him first, but I did see Rico that night.
You saw him? Where?
Slipping into the sugar wire hut.
Okay, I was there. I saw the message come in and I took it. But I didn't kill Thorne.
It was at this point I arrived on the Titan and witnessed the following.
Why did you take the message?
I thought it might give me some dirt on Thorne. Something I could use against him. He was threatening to ruin my life.
Give me your hand, Rico.
Sir?
Your hand, son. Place it flat on the table.
Like this.
That knife is clear through your hand. And if you ever want to have relations with it again, it's time to start talking. Or I could just twist.
No further application of pressure was necessary, as Rico Marr finally confessed.
Tessa put me up to it. It was her all along. She knew Thorne was getting those messages. She wanted to expose him, get him kicked out. It was all her idea.
Tessa Lim, the engineer.
My investigation into Tessa Lim took me to the operator of the sugar wire shack during Thorne's rotation.
Conflict? You could say there was conflict between Thorne and Tessa. We couldn't decide if they hated each other or had some secret, twisted thing going on when no one was looking. I guess hate won out in the end.
What was the source of conflict between Thorne and Tessa?
Everything. From resource allocation to safety protocols. She was never happy with a single decision he made.
What about the encrypted messages?
Thorne received a few of them over the past months. I never decoded them. Thorne handled that himself.
One by one, the pieces began to fall into place. Engineer Tessa Lim had a combative relationship with her crew chief and wanted him out of the way. But I knew there had to be more to it. And to discover what that was, I would have to go to the source. Thank you for cooperating, Tessa.
Oh, what choice do I have?
None. Tell me about Thorne.
Thorne was a special kind of incompetent. The dangerous kind. In spite of what you think, it wasn't personal. His bad decisions put our lives at risk.
He was well regarded by the crew.
Big whoop. So he was popular. Doesn't mean he was good at his job.
How does Rico fit into it?
I never told Rico to steal anything, but I knew Thorne was receiving those messages on the down low. And when Rico came back with his face busted in, maybe I put the idea in his head.
To steal the message?
Yeah, but if anyone needs to be investigated here, it's Lena Orlov. Hart and Thorne had something going on.
Interesting. I've heard from others that you and Thorne had something going on.
Don't make me throw up. Jarek Thorne makes the Harkonnen look attractive by comparison.
Tell me about Orlov.
To start with, Rico sleeps in a bunk. Thorne has a cabin with a door.
So?
So, unless Orlov can see through wood, how could she know that Rico was in Thorne's quarters that night? She must have been there, right? Inside Thorne's cabin. How else could she have such intimate knowledge of his thoughts and plans?
The accusations were flying fast and loose, and tensions were running high. As I wrapped up the interview with Tessa, she dropped another bombshell.
And if Rico was supposed to be in the sugar wire shack alone that night, where was Jeb, our trusted operator?
The mystery deepens on the Sand Titan as the web of deception grows. What is the truth about the relationship between Thorne and his shift supervisor? And what was Sugar Wire operator Jeb really up to at the time of the murder? The truth is out there, dear listener, buried in the sands of fate. Join us again next time as we uncover more secrets and lies on Death on the Titan.
Been a while since a new face showed up around here. I'm Zoe. Used to...
This is Harvester Radio, the voice of the Spice Miners Guild, broadcasting from Hephaeston Depository at frequency 732.4 on your local Communinet dial.
Dune, the battle for Arrakis.
Swept across the mountains and valleys. So too have they swept through uncounted miles, devouring the truth of history, a thousand generations. Through all and beyond time itself, one has presided. One who talks ultimate stars. One whose command of power is infinite. Whose knowledge is fathomless. But yet bears witness to the core of our hearts. Shai-Hulud! Reveal yourself. Yes! Shai-Hulud is at the center and ground. Shai-Hulud holds our feet above the sand and guides each shield off. Safeguarding our future. So too
It's
the
the
Shai-Hulud.
Grabbin'
The Grabbin' Gang was recorded before a live studio audience.
Another day, another saloon. And there goes Frank flying by. Hello.
Hey there, neighbor! How do you like my new thopter? Yeah, built it myself!
Boy, you okay, Frank?
The flesh wound.
Yeah, not to worry, love. He missed our property entirely. Oh, there you are. Morning, sunshine.
Grabbin' life isn't for the faint of heart, but at least we keep it interesting.
Now, if I can just get this old water recycler working. Who wouldn't it? Right mind would make it like... Oh, come on. Oh, fantastic. Oh, the screws are made out of Swiss cheese now. Quality work here, boys. Yeah. Lovely. Oh! Oh! Son of a mine, nearly.
Stuff nothing's older than your jokes. Give it up already.
No. Don't you listen to her, Betty.
Who's Betty?
The water recycler, of course.
At least we know who we're burying when she conks out for the last time.
Yeah, right. Yeah, almost got it. She just needs a little coaxing, and she'll start purring.
R.I.P. Betty. Gone, but not forgotten. Maybe you should get Frank to help.
Do you remember the last time we got Frank to help? You were visiting your sister in Arakeen, and Depot 12 got popped with a surprise inspection, yeah? Well, you don't remember? The man said my hair was 3 centimeters over guild regs.
Oh, now I remember. You were kinda shaggy, Dove.
Well, I had no choice. I needed it cut.
And I told you to wait until I got home. I don't know why you would ever go to Frank.
Well, I look like a bloody Harkonnen for weeks, love.
Mom, Dad, can you guys keep it down? I'm trying to hear my Communinet shows. Hey, Steven, hon. Maybe you can do that outside and keep an ear open for work time.
You know, sandworm activity's up 9,000% since that bastard Zantara took out the shield wall.
Tara took out the shield wall in one day, and it took you 6 months to build a shed.
Don't you compare me to that.
Time, enemy of the Imperium. Ew, you two are gross.
What? You're gross.
Dove.
What? Have you seen her bedroom? Or, and I dare you, have you smelled it?
Speaking of which, where's your mother?
Mum, what are you doing?
I'm teaching this thing some manners.
Mum, it's a sandworm, not a stray bat.
Oh, well, that one had spunk. I like it. Why do we have to live with the worms? I can take anything, Arrakis, but enough with the worms already.
Look, you heard what the science man said about our grabbing, yeah? To the worms, we're like a highway through the rock. But he also said they come through so fast, they don't even notice us.
We should charge them a toll. 5 Solari per trip.
Then we could finally get a new ground car. Hey?
And I wouldn't have to run so fast between Rock Islands. Speaking of which, it's off to the trade post. So big news from Guild Authority. They're sending a new security inspector to check on Depot 12.
Or another one. Well, didn't we have a security inspection last month?
We did, but that one needed some time off after his visit.
Time off? Must be nice.
I'm not sure how nice it is. The Guild Medicant gave him 3 weeks in a tranquility pod.
A tranquility pod? Isn't that where they put the crazies?
Sounds perfect for you two.
Need to reload.
Name's Inspector Rix. Ooh, I knew where Rix was. Oh, you know what I mean, right?
Yes, Mother, we all know.
It rhymes with... Having the tightest security system.
Now, don't talk about old Gus that way.
Who's old Gus?
He's, our security system. And he is just fine as long as he, doesn't drink hot Kool-Aid milk.
What happens when he drinks hot Kool-Aid milk?
The same thing that happens to anyone who drinks hot Kool-Aid milk.
He locks himself in the toilet for 30 minutes.
Oh, he falls asleep.
Three centers in the last quarter. The Spice Miners Guild is going to shut us down.
Not if I... Depot on Arrakis. Relax, Dove. I've got us covered. Yeah, that's what I'm afraid of. Hey, don't knock it till you hear the plan, buddy boy. I rigged together a special security apparatus. Frank, my dear, you are still picking bits of your last apparatus from your arm.
Good morning, Depot 12. I'm here to conduct a thorough
You can blame the Kira for that, Inspector.
I'll decide where the blame goes, Dune man. Now,
Show me your security.
Very good, Inspector. Frank?
Oh, that's my cue. Sorry. Automaton, awaken! What am I looking at? My new sentry automaton. I named him Gary. These new skinny are improved. Very improved. Over here.
Aye? Oh, that's not good. What do you mean that's not good, Frank?
I mean, maybe it's time to, Fuck!
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
Looks like we're gonna need another inspector.
I got this one in my
Someone's
hair.
here. Oh, another day, another Ferrari.
Found you. We're getting hit. Who's that?
This is Dune man Keith Villari. All Guild brothers know about the danger of entanglement to harvesters. Each move in turn must be careful. Bone and other things.
The Combined Hornet Communinet. Brought to you by the generous patronage of the Padishah Emperor and the tireless support of the Spice Miners Fellowship and the Leisure Committee. And now, it's time to dim the lights and return with us to those fateful days before catastrophe came calling. It's part 1 of 5 Days at Carthage. The Imperial Scenery unfettered access to the field. The following dramatization is the official truth, as judged and signed by the Imperial Chamber Court and Aulic Council. The burning sands of Arrakis, a desert planet in a... 94, and the war of assassins between House Atreides and their ancient enemy House Harkonnen is well underway. Our
Our tale unfolds in the teeming industrial sprawl of Carthage, the seat of Harkonnen power on Arrakis. It's early morning in the Peon Quarter, as the workers ready themselves for a long day of toil in their Baron's name.
Come to tea, Devon. You'll be late again.
Only tea? Is there no more bread?
What bread remains I'm keeping for dinner? You have your fill.
I told you before. I won't be home for dinner tonight, or anytime soon. We're on double shift until further notice. Oh, don't give me that look. You know I have no say in the matter. And they are cracking down on anyone who gives even the slightest trouble. Ufim's cousin disappeared. They say he was an agitator, but no one can say what he did.
Your father said this day would come, when peons would be no better than Mola.
That's crazy, Mother. We have the peons' compact.
To hell with the compact. Do they expect you to work as a machine, never resting?
Mother, watch what you say. You know they listen. Please. Let's just say the words and have our tea.
The words? I can't. I'm too angry.
But, Mother, we happily say the words every morning.
Fine. We live by our Baron's leave. The roof above our heads belongs to him. He permits us to dwell in his domain, and in return, we pledge our eternal loyalty, obedience, and maximal effort, with an eye towards efficiency.
Long live the Baron. I'm sorry, Mother, but if you must blame someone, blame Zantara. His most recent attack destroyed our last phased ion refinery in the northern precinct. Fremen bastard.
Hey, your father had Fremen blood on his mother's side. It's a blessing he didn't live to see what happened to them.
I say good riddance. Said they practiced cannibalism.
Don't be a fool, Devon. Those are all Imperial lies. It's well known that the ignorant will remove the blood of their dead to make water.
Mother.
Open your eyes, my son.
But thanks to your friend, he's firing a long-tail more than
No.
Got to go.
Be careful, Devon. Something very bad is coming. Shadow is already.
Mason condensers at full potential. Are we clear to start the firing cycle?
Nice man controllers in my
Identify yourself.
All mirrors 100% alignment.
On with our job.
You had dinner with the Baron? No, Areg. He was being sarcastic. And I will say it again. The long-throw cutaway auger is a precision tool and requires equal precision in its maintenance. Never in my 97 years as a peon have I test-fired an ungraded barrel. It is different. We have no idea how it's going to react. It is insanity, Devon.
No one here disagrees with you, Ufim. But we have written orders from the House of Peter de Vries. We need this laser yesterday.
Because there is no risk. Let Peter de Vries test-fire the laser.
There's too many. All we can do is fire a checklist.
They're here.
The new battle materials we need. Let's go again. Spooling up Mason condensers. Mason condensers at full.
Guide in range.
Areg, how's the mesh?
Phased ion is in the mesh. Optical pump is engaged and the coils are hot.
Okay then, let's Take it slow. Engaging throttle. Shut it down! Shut it down! Arik! Venting pig tanks! Submerging coils in 3, 2, coil submerge!
Target found!
Come, have some food. Do you hear me? Devan.
They took him away. I saw him die.
What happened?
The laser auger went out of phase. The beam splitter vaporized almost instantly. The whole charge vented onto Arik. He was literally cooked alive. I'll never forget the smell. And the screaming.
Eyes on enemy!
Suffered.
That way. I think.
Did they not shut down the shop?
Target found!
What is that now?
Droba! What's happening? It's Agafir! He's coming! The gladiator? What do you mean?
The Lograban just announced it. A festival with music. I've got to go.
Hey! Wait for me! Did you hear that, Mother? The gladiator, Argus Vir, is coming to Karthag, all the way from Grumman.
Bread and circuses.
Imagine it. Right here in Karthag, the greatest gladiator in the known universe.
And what about your friend?
Which friend?
A dead boy. Arik.
Oh, yes. Poor Arik.
Yes. Poor Arik.
He would have loved to see Argus Vir.
Shield off! Found them! Eyes on enemy!
You're listening to Harvester Radio, home of the daily motivational master inspirator, Joe Vegan Hart.
In silence and let productivity be our drive.
begin to circle. It's Death on the Titan, Episode 3, The Visitor.
We need to talk about where you were, Jeb, the night crew chief Thorne died.
I don't remember exactly. I might have stepped out for some air. I just needed a break. Work gets stressful, you know.
You were running dark that night, but the weather hooks were engaged on Pad 1. Why do you think that is?
I don't know. Malfunction?
What do we know about weather hooks?
They're used to secure ornithopters in bad weather.
But isn't it true that weather hooks can only be engaged from the cockpit of a thopter?
I don't know. I'm a comms guy.
Do you recall seeing an ornithopter?
No, I don't recall seeing a thopter or anything.
It's hard to miss, even in a storm. Especially if it engaged the weather hooks.
Well, I honestly don't know anything. The hooks malfunction. Everything else malfunctions too long on this time.
But maybe... landed on the flight deck that night.
I told you already. I don't know anything. Am I free to go?
With Jeb's memory failing to provide any clarity, I turned my attention to Shift Supervisor Lena Orlov. Several things she let slip hinted at a closer relationship with Crew Chief Thorne. There had to be more to their connection than she was letting on.
There was nothing romantic between us.
Why would she lie about something like that?
Maybe she's trying to deflect suspicion.
She played me this.
I'm glad we've had these moments together, Lena.
Me too, Jarek. I don't think I could survive another day in this barren wasteland without you. What a bitch. Who goes around recording the conversations of their crewmates?
She was keeping tabs on Thorne, documenting his lack of leadership skills.
Oh, she wouldn't shut up about that. I should have just transferred her to another rotation.
Tell me about you and Thorne.
All right. We were involved. But we were happy. I had no reason to harm him.
If you had nothing to hide, why keep it a secret?
Because it's personal. It had nothing to do with his death.
Did anyone else know about your relationship?
No, he kept it private. It was nobody's business. Tessa has always had it out for Thorne. She's just trying to stir up trouble.
Tell me about Jeb.
Not about him.
His alibi is weak. As is his assertion that he received Thorne's secret messages, but had no interest or capacity to decode them.
He had the capacity, if he wanted to. We both had the same signals training.
Does that mean you could decode the message too?
Yes, I could.
Then tell me, what did the secret messages say?
Stay tuned for our next exciting episode, where secrets unravel and the truth comes to light on Death on the Titan.
voice of the Spice Miners Guild, broadcasting to you live from our studio home at Hephaestus Depository. Next on Harvester Radio, it's Point Counterpoint with Cato Cricks. But first, a word from our safety warden.
This is Dune Man Keith Villari, reminding you to clear the area at first sign of a pre-spice mass. My crew wanted the bonus for a full factory load, and chose to linger even after our deep sand probes detected rising temperatures. We managed to get the carry-all away before the catastrophic spice blow, but our ground teams weren't so lucky. Now our big bonus will be divided amongst their widows. Be profitable. Be safe.
And now it's time for Point Counterpoint with your host, Cato Cricks. Welcome to another episode of Point Counterpoint, a debate program where we examine all sides to an issue of great importance to the Spice Miners Guild. This is Cato Cricks, coming to you from Winsack Village, location known well to our listeners as the site where House Atreides and Harkonnen first came to grips in what has become a very fierce and personal war of assassins. Their ambition? To decide who holds the planetary governorship of Arrakis. Both my guests today have deeply vested interests in the outcome of that all-important question. Who will control the spice? Standing for the Atreides is Cassini Brava, House Envoy and protege of the esteemed Mentat Thufir Hawat.
Salutations.
From House Harkonnen, we're joined by Chagu Lavro, House Envoy, and it says here, celebrated duelist.
Yes.
Celebrated by who? There is no sport in killing.
Listen to this one chirp when his esteemed mentor, Thufir Hawat, tallies his kills in the thousands.
It is true, but Harkonnen pigs do not count, so the real tally is much lower.
Gentlemen, please.
Once again, we see the fabled Atreides hypocrisy in action. Another ancient Greek tradition revived by your duke.
Gentlemen, I'll remind you that the very reason we agreed on Winsack as a venue is that it is neutral ground. All canonly sanctioned hostilities must cease within village boundaries by imperial decree.
I'm afraid our hostilities go far beyond canonly or any sanction, but I submit to your request.
You have my pledge not to gut him until we are in the open desert.
Very well, then. Let's get to the issues. In the past, the planetary governor of Arrakis, previously the Baron Harkonnen, has been the sole authority over all legal spice mining operations. The Baron dictated all guild planning from the setting of quotas to crew tasking, which of course is the designation of which crews and equipment would be assigned to which spice fields, some being richer and more dangerous than others.
That is correct.
But now the governorship is contested, and while your obligation to fulfill the Emperor's spice requirements must still be met, your two houses find yourselves in competition for your share of the Miners Guild workforce.
Of course, the only sensible answer is Atreides.
And now here's where things get interesting. I think it's no secret at this point that the Harkonnen strategy on this front has been to engage and incentivize guild leadership in their pursuit to secure the lion's share of crew tasking.
Yes, so right. An effective strategy, if we're being honest.
Whereas House Atreides has employed an entirely different approach and appealed directly to the guild brothers themselves.
The heart of the Spice Miners Guild is and always will be the Dune men. The sun-mad daredevils who risk their lives so that we may travel the stars in safety. Isn't it about time someone in power cared about theirs?
Well, in fact, Duke Leto has put forward plans for increased safety standards, shorter rotations, and improved danger pay.
Plans that have been met with overwhelming favor from the guild brothers, I may add.
And overwhelming opposition from guild leadership.
Indeed, the house is greatly divided over the matter. So my first question is to you, Chagu Lavro. How does your house justify its approach?
It's the way of things, Cato. We are all subject to a hierarchy that shapes our lives. when the Emperor declares that there will be a war for Arrakis Fief? Do we agree? Fuck no. Arrakis was ours. We made every quota, fulfilled every obligation in good faith.
Good faith. Two words never before said in relation to a Harkonnen.
As I was saying, Kato, we are all subject to a hierarchy that shapes our lives. And at the top of our hierarchy is the Golden Lion throne. So, if it is the will of the Emperor that there shall be war for Arrakis, there is going to be war for Arrakis. To challenge that authority is to challenge the very structure that holds civilization together.
Are you coming to a point anytime soon? Or must we settle for the one on top of your head?
Oh. You cannot bait me, little swordsman. Your time will come. Our point is that we believe every organization from the Imperium itself to the Spice Miners Guild is structured in hierarchy. And we believe that the authority to decide workforce tasking should rest with the duly appointed administrators at the top of that hierarchy.
And how have you engaged with the duly appointed administrators?
Well, we have established a large bonus pool that they are free to expend however they wish. Unlike the Atreides, we would not be so presumptive as to tell them how to manage their own guild.
What he's saying, for those without the ability to speak bullshit, is that the Harkonnen have dumped a freighter of Solari on the guild management to ensure they receive the lion's share of crew tasking.
Who is speaking bullshit? We create a bonus pool for anyone deserving at the guild. We do not stipulate where it goes.
Because you know where it goes. To the pockets of your duly appointed administrators.
Fool. It's called investing in leadership.
Counterpoint to House Atreides. Why should the Dune men want to work for you?
Because we understand the strength of the guild rests in the backs of the Spice Miners themselves. And while the flow of spice must not be impeded, its pursuit should not come at the expense of those risking their lives to harvest it.
But how can we satisfy the ever-increasing quotas with shorter crew rotations and increased emphasis on safety?
The only reason these outrageous quotas exist is because the Harkonnen sabotaged the Windsat refinery and crippled the planetary spice output for a full quarter.
Lies. You know very well who destroyed the refinery.
I believe the finding of your duly appointed judge of the change is that House Harkonnen was entirely responsible. In fact, I believe your Baron was charged with making up the spice shortfall.
Bullshit. Fenring has an axe to grind with House Harkonnen.
Who doesn't? But we can't go around challenging the hierarchy, can we? The very structure that holds our civilization together.
I've had enough of your barking Atreides dog. Should we see if you can bite?
Anytime, anywhere.
Neutral ground, gentlemen. Neutral ground.
Let's take this outside, shall we?
This has been another episode of Point Counterpoint. I want to thank my guests, Cassini Brava of House Atreides and Chagu Lavro of House Harkonnen. I suppose we should be thankful we made it this far. For now, this is Cato Crix, signing off until next time. Would someone call the fucking Sardaukar already? You're listening to Harvester Radio. That was Point Counterpoint with Cato Crix. They seem to have been experiencing some technical difficulties, but I am sure they'll be back next time with another stimulating and provocative episode. Next on Harvester Radio, it's the Spice Report.
is your master inspirator with the daily motivational. Today we must remember, no matter how hard we work, someone else is working harder.
The Combine Hunted Communinet Theater presents an Arakin Playhouse production of 5 Days at Carthage. Brought to you by the generous patronage of the Padishah Emperor and the tireless support of the Spice Miners Fellowship and Leisure Committee. And now, it's time to dim the lights and return with us to those fateful days before catastrophe came calling. It's part 3 of 5 Days at Carthage.
The Imperial Scenarist Guild has been provided unfettered access to the sealed records and testimonies of those who survived the Carthage incident. The following dramatization represents the official truth, as judged and signed by the Imperial Chamber Court and Aulic Council.
So let us journey then to the burning sands of Arrakis, a desert planet in a far-flung corner of the known universe. The year is 10-1-94, and the war of assassins between House Atreides and their ancient enemy House Harkonnen is well underway. We join our story alongside a capacity crowd at the Great Carthage Amphitheater. As the Battle of Winsack is reenacted for the enthusiastic crowd, anticipation continues to build for the main event. The history-making return of the legendary gladiator, Argus Fear.
Do you hear them, Argus? All of that for you.
Do not overfill my ears with honey, old dog. I hear the crowd well enough. I also hear the sound and fury of Laskan fire.
The Battle of Winsack, I believe. You know how the Harkonnen love their reenactments.
Ah, never heard of any bloody Winsack.
A local engagement of some import. The exact details elude me, but I gather it didn't end well for the Harkonnens.
Why celebrate it then?
I'm told there is some disagreement on the specifics of how the battle concluded, and who, in fact, was responsible for the rather costly destruction of a Spice Guild facility situated there.
The Harkonnens, no doubt.
I believe the Baron would claim otherwise.
He would, wouldn't he? Where is my damn spice? The skin on my legs feel as if it's both swelling and tightening at the same time. The pressure is building. Oh, where's my damned spice? That Harkonnen bootlick should be here by now.
There he is. Control yourself, Argus. And do keep in mind we are here at their sufferance.
Now, enough of your prattling, page. You're beginning to sound like my sixth wife. Damn her eyes.
Oh, hello. You're not Vestari?
No. Vestari had to attend a pressing matter. I am here in his stead. What could be more pressing than my bloody spice? My legs feel as if they're about to burst and shower the room with gore. I have your spice. As requested, a 7% solution of melange, elaka oil, and Karana brandy.
Did you mix it yourself?
Who the devil cares? Give it here! No, polish. Go easy on the lad. I'm in no rush to be anywhere. I wish to enjoy a nice day in the country.
He'll sleep for a while now. The battle is still hours away. I know it looks bad. We're mostly retired these days, but when the Baron calls, Argus can never refuse. I'm afraid his vanity wouldn't allow it.
I grew up listening to Argus Fear on the Communinet. My father said he was the greatest gladiator in the known universe.
Unfortunately, maintaining a reputation as the greatest gladiator in the known universe comes at heavy cost. By now, Argus has had every major organ slashed, crushed, or punctured. Every bone broken multiple times. He's had so many parts rebuilt, replaced, or regrown completely over the years that Beni Tlilax will no longer guarantee their work. They say he shouldn't even be alive.
I had
Allow it. Still, the chronic pain he endures on a daily basis would drive most men to self-annihilation. But Argus Fear will never willingly die. His vanity would never allow it.
And with that, the Battle of Winsack is litigated once again. The crowd making plain their love for the Baron's men, in spite of the long shadow cast by the outcome of that very battle.
Everyone knows the Atreides were responsible for Winsack. That much has never been in doubt. House Harkonnen was punished because your thick-headed cousin Glossu destroyed the moonfish industry on Caladan.
I've heard that before, and it's ridiculous. What could fish halfway across the universe possibly have to do with Winsack?
Let me ask you this, dear. Who spearheaded the Imperial investigation into the destruction at Winsack?
Your boss, Hasamir Fenring. Everyone knows this.
Oh, I wonder if that's the same Hasamir Fenring that was heavily invested in the moonfish industry. I hear that Fenring lost over a third of his fortune when the industry collapsed. Can you imagine?
The bastard.
Who? Fenring or your lunk-headed cousin?
The Count bleeds our house dry with massive debt for a facility we didn't even destroy.
You know I love you and your whole eccentric family, dearest. But if someone deliberately reduced our holdings by a third...
I would skin them alive, of course.
Spoken like a true Harkonnen. Would you deny Count Fenring the same accommodation? As much as the Baron bemoans it, I doubt House Harkonnen is substantively injured in anything other than pride. But enough of this. Are the girls ready? The streets are filled with revelers, and I'm not going to be late again. It erodes my authority, and I resent it.
Girls!
What?
How dare you address your mother that way, as if you were speaking to common Mara? Try again.
Yes, Mother? Ah, you all look so lovely. It's a shame Feyd-Rautha won't be there to see you. What? What do you mean he won't be there? I heard over the steward comms. It seems Feyd and some of the cousins were readying to attend the arena when a contest of boasting broke out. Of course, it wasn't long before an impromptu hunting party formed, and the group found themselves on a highliner bound for Rosek. Rosek? I'm not going. Me neither.
You're dressed, you're going. Consider it your sole familial obligation. I had those dresses brought in from Chusik at great expense. You will be seen in them.
Not by Feyd-Rautha. And he's the only one we care about. Feyd is the premier get as far as eligible bachelors are concerned, darling.
Who puts that nonsense in their heads, hmm?
It's true. Ever since the Atreides girl humiliated him at Arsent, Feyd has been actively receiving suitors.
Whores, you mean? Oh, you're fooling yourselves, girls. All of you. You haven't the slightest chance with Feyd-Rautha. No. His mate will be selected for political advantage above all, and we offer none.
Father!
I know you think me cruel, but it's the truth. Ah, saved by a knock at the door.
Grim tidings, High Prefect.
Girls, out. You stay, darling. Davros, report.
We're getting calls from all wards, sir. Somehow, a sizable supply of alcohol has made it through the security zone and is being distributed throughout the city.
Throughout the city?
Drunken debauchery reported in all wards, sir. We're shutting down pores as fast as we can, but we can't keep up.
I told them this would happen. You can't drive the workers harder and harder and take away their outlets at the same time. The pressure can only build so much before it explodes.
So what do we do, sir?
What do? We do nothing. Perhaps the alcohol is a gift. Perhaps the crowds will have a riotous good time and wear themselves out before we see any proper unrest. What is your read on the crowd's temper, Davros?
Happy, sir. Excited for the most part. Excited for Argus Veer, that is.
If there's one clever move Lord Raban has made in recent memory, darling, it's delivering the great gladiator. I thought the old hedgehog was retired.
He is, but Glossu had nothing to do with it. Argus Veer is here at the Baron's request.
Well, it doesn't matter who brought him. What matters is that he's here. I shudder to think about how the crowd might respond were they denied their spectacle.
Well, we'll all be denied, sir, if we don't get going. Your ground car awaits.
Vastari! What happened to Valentin?
Oh? I know I'm late with your spice, but it's been insane up top. The crowd's worked up as I have never seen.
Oh my. Argus.
Yeah, well, better wake him already. He's up next.
I think that might be a problem.
I can get a bucket of water or something.
We're going to need more than a bucket of water, I'm afraid. Argus Veer is dead.
You're tuned to Harvester Radio, the Dune Man source for bulletins, weather, and matters of import to the Spice Miners Guild.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching. Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
It's the Graven Gang, presented by the Imperial Scenarist Guild and Linder and Gold Coffee. Wake up with Linder and Gold. We put the spice in it for you.
The Graven Gang was recorded before a live studio audience.
Another day, another Solari.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
So am I.
Good morning, love.
It's a great morning, sunshine, especially since we're starting the day with Lindarin Gold Coffee.
You know, they put the spice in it for us.
Thank you, Lindarin Gold.
Morning, Mom and Dad. Canute asked me to go to the festival with him.
Wait, which one is Canute? The one who dresses like a Kirat?
No, that's Faisal. Canute is the one with the, your father is of the siege persuasion.
Oh, the Fremen half-breed.
Dad, stop being horrible. They're called Town Fremen, and they separated from their siege brethren generations ago.
Oh, that's great. And now you're going to the festival together. Enchanted.
I'm forcing Canute to go and have a good time. Forcing him? Why? He's been mopey ever since the Fremen disappeared. I want to lift his spirits. Oh, that's so sweet, honey.
Well, you better get used to the idea. I don't think the Fremen are ever coming back. The Emperor made sure of that.
Ugh, I've got to go. Bye, Mom. Bye, Nana.
What am I, Chop Slick?
What about you, Dove?
What about me?
Don't be coy. I know you're mad for the festival, especially the spice cake competition.
Oh, this is my year, Marika. The golden hat will be mine.
Ooh, working on a secret recipe?
See, that would be incorrect, my dear, because I am not working on a secret recipe. I am working on the secret recipe.
Oh, come on, Dove. You say that every year. And every year, Old Man Rashad's spice cake takes the hat.
Well, not this year, lovely. I've got a super secret ingredient that's gonna blow the judge's mind.
Is it more spice? Because if it isn't more spice, you're wasting your damn time.
Shut up, Mum!
What's your secret ingredient, Dove?
Oh, you know, just a little something I picked up from Frank. He calls it Flavor Enhancer 3000.
Frank? Are we talking about the Frank that built a fart filter into his still suit?
Look, don't be insensitive. He has gastrointestinal issues, and it's not a joking matter.
Oh, then you must be talking about the Frank that invented the thumper with a musical accompaniment.
But I'll have you know that was genius and worked as intended. I mean, unless you've stayed around listening too long.
Oh, I'm sorry, Dove. I don't think old man Rashad has too much to worry about.
Maybe you're right. Maybe I should give the flavor enhancer a pass.
I told you, dummy! Lost vibes every time!
Stay out of this, Mum! Come on!
The tarot sees all, but what does it see for you? Have your fortune told and learn what fate has in store. Only 25 Solaris.
Did the judge come around yet, Dove?
Not yet. Where's Junie?
Looks like they're in line for the fortune teller.
Oh, no! That's old man Rashad's booth.
Look at that line. He must be giving out free samples again.
Well, that's not fair.
Oh, want me to go over there as a spy and size up the competition?
You just want to try his cake, don't you?
Is that so wrong?
What about me?
Oh, I'll get you a piece too.
Well, that is not what I meant.
I know, but I will get you a piece.
Yeah, all right, fine. Hey there, neighbor. Frank, I didn't think you'd show. I mean, because I wouldn't use your invention. Come on, Dove. Have you ever known old Frankie boy to be a quitter? No, but I'm still hopeful, you know. Come on, buddy. Have you scoped out the competition? No, but my old family deserted me for old man Rashad's sample life, so I can take that to bed with me. Oh, I've been through his line twice. That cake is better than ever. Oh, thanks for the morale boost, mate. Yeah. I'm not too dry, not too moist, just right, is it? So, what do you say we make this a little more interesting? Why, is that what I think it is? Well, that depends. Do you think it's the Flavor Enhancer 3000? Isn't it? Right on the money. Let's sprinkle some on. I'm not sure about this, Frank. That's why you got me around, Dove. I'm sure for the both of us.
So sorry, honey.
For what? I haven't lost yet.
It's so cute that you think that.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to announce the Golden Hat winner for this year's Spice Cake competition. And the winner is Dove Denick of Depot 12!
Did he just say Dove Denick of Depot 12?
He said Dove Denick of Depot 12.
Oh, we did it! We actually bloody did it!
Dad, you won!
Congratulations, Dove. We're just as shocked as you are.
Come around, all. There's enough for everyone to have a taste. The line starts behind my wife right there. And here's some for you, and you, Governor, and a big piece for you because I like the look of your face. One for you, little boy, and your mum.
Tell me, Dove, can we know your secret? I don't think it's an overstatement to say your cake achieves new dimensions in flavor. Did you put anything special in the mix this year?
Well, it's a lot. Why, yes, your judgeship, he did. In fact, the winning cake was baked with real spice and the Flavor Enhancer 3000.
Flavor what now?
Flavor Enhancer 3000. A new dimension in flavor, discovered and refined by yours truly, Franklin Month.
I can't believe I'm saying this, Frank. But one of your hairbrained inventions finally paid off. Oh my! What was that?
You okay, Mr. Judge?
Sorry, I don't know what came over me.
forgot to tell you about that part. What part, Frank? In certain rare cases, it seems that the flavor enhancer 3000 may cause some gastrointestinal distress.
Certain rare cases, eh?
Almost all the time.
In light of this new information, Dove, I'm afraid we cannot award you the Golden Hat.
Well, we didn't win. But at least we didn't do any permanent damage. Yeah, Dad. That's progress.
Well, you know what? All things considered, I think we did pretty good today.
Yeah, we did.
Another day, another Solari.
This is Dune Man Keith Villari, reminding you to secure all guild equipment at first worm sign. My crew waited too long and lost both crawler and carryall to the Leviathan. We thought we'd landed the big bonus, but now it will take generations for our children and grandchildren to work off our debt to the guild. Be profitable. Be safe.
Communinet Theater presents an Arakeen Playhouse production of 5 Days at Carthage. Brought to you by the generous patronage of the Padishah Emperor and the tireless support of the Spice Miners Fellowship and the Leisure Committee. And now, it's time to dim the lights and return with us to those fateful days before catastrophe came calling. It's part 4 of 5 Days at Carthage.
The Imperial Scenarist Guild has been provided unfettered access to the sealed records and testimonies of those who survived the Carthage incident.
The following dramatization represents the official truth, as judged and signed by the Imperial Chamber Court and Aulic Council.
So let us journey then to the burning sands of Arrakis, a desert planet in a far-flung corner of the known universe. The year is 10-1-94, and the war of assassins between House Atreides and their ancient enemy House Harkonnen is well underway. Once again, we join our story in the tunnels below the Great Carthage Amphitheater. After months of being overworked and forbidden from all vice, a massive cargo load of illicit alcohol has found its way into the city and flasks of the anxious capacity crowd.
What happened, Val? You've been gone forever.
More importantly, is it done?
It's done. I poisoned my boyhood idol, my father's boyhood idol. An old man at the end of his rope, just hanging on for one last time in the spotlight. One last bow.
Something bad happened.
Mama, my path back here took me through the main concourse, when I came face to face with a 20-meter hologram of you, Stisk. Then you, Zoe, Jingo, Max, and finally me.
No way. How can they be looking for us, Stisk?
Not just the Harkonnens, the Imperials as well. There's an alert on both communionets.
Don't worry about it. I've got it covered.
Bullshit, you've got it covered. They know we're here. It's a miracle none of them followed me back.
I said don't worry about it. In about 10 minutes, we're all gonna walk out of here together right through the main concourse.
You drinking your own supplies, Stisk? Our faces are probably spinning on every corner in the city by now.
There's security everywhere.
In 10 minutes, the authorities are gonna be too busy to even care about us.
What are you talking about? Too busy with what?
Too busy with the poor people of Carthage. So tired, so overworked, and forbidden from even a drop of the good stuff to ease their troubled minds.
Until we come in and drop a cargo load of paint stripper into the pent-up town.
They overindulge. But can you blame them? All that angst has to erupt somewhere. But what do you think's gonna happen when they learn their beloved hero is dead?
There's no way they could know. It just happened, and it takes a while for word to get out.
Not if someone's already putting that word out.
We told everyone, boss.
People were pissed.
And you'd be surprised how fast word spread.
They really love this Argus Fear guy. Who is he?
I already told you. He's the greatest bloody gladiator in the last 300 years.
I don't watch blood sports. I'm more of a Geops guy.
I predict a full-blown riot. 10 minutes tops.
That's how we're gonna walk out of here. The crowd's all liquored up and pissed off. When they hear Argus Veer is dead, there's gonna be blood in the streets. It'll be impossible to track in the chaos.
Oh, not just the crowd is liquored up. How about the whole damn city?
But how do they know it's us, Stisk?
The vault we hit with the containers of booze? I reported it all destroyed with the rest of Simpo.
But it wasn't destroyed. You lied to your own people.
Then we stole from them. What the hell, Stisk? And how did they find us so fast?
Our cover was blown the minute we hit Carthage airspace.
Impossible. Smuggler Ornies have standard issue transponder masking.
They do. But our cover wasn't blown by the Harks or the Imperials. It was blown by our own side. Of course they would recognize their own transponder mask.
What did you do to us, Stisk? We can never go home now.
Sorry, Val. If there was any other way.
Any other way to do what? Betray and steal from our own?
She doesn't care about the smugglers, Val. This is all about the Harkonnens.
That's right. The Baron and all his spawn can go to hell and take their city with them. Carthage can burn to the ground for all I care. Just like Simpo.
Millions could die.
Or they could live. If they get out in time. There's more chance than my sister got.
What the blazes is the whole of Davros? This ground car hasn't moved in 10 minutes.
It's the crowd, sir. As you correctly surmised, they seem particularly agitated.
Blast it, man.
I told you to take the back way and damn the main thoroughfares.
This is the back way, sir. I'm getting reports from all precincts. The people are well lubricated and taking to the streets.
Father?
What, Ludmilla? Can't you bloody well see I'm working?
Oh, relax, dearest. The poor girl only said she has to...
Damn it! I told you all to go before we left. Davros, what do you suggest?
I have a cup, sir?
I'm asking about the mob, Davros. The angry, inebriated mob encircling us at this very moment.
Wait a second, sir. There's a bulletin being flashed on all Communinet frequencies.
Put it through.
This is Chome Communinet 1 with an emergency bulletin. At 21 local time, Karthik officials announced the death of famed gladiator Argus There. Further reports indicate widespread unrest throughout the city, as well as full-scale rioting at Amphitheater Square. Prefecture authorities have ordered the streets cleared, effective immediately, as a curfew is now in effect. Let's go live now to...
I am surrounded by fools, darling, and not the drunken, slack-jawed apes cavorting just beyond. No, the fools I lament are the dead-eyed imposters within my own organization. The so-called prefecture authorities that have, for some unknowable reason, ordered a curfew and the streets cleared. 2 orders that I, as the High Prefect of Carthag, with the most complete knowledge of our forces' capabilities, would submit, we have no bloody hope in hell of enforcing. 2 orders that will, in the end, only serve to incite the drunken mob more, if not compel them to violence.
Darling, the girls are afraid.
Listen, girls, this is a Series 7 armored ground car. The same vehicle used in the Emperor's own livery. The Series 7 is renowned throughout the Imperium for its immense...
Amphitheater security has been overwhelmed, sir. The surrounding precincts are pulling back as well. Word is, this is escalating into a full-scale revolt.
Darling, if we don't survive this, I want you to know I hate your entire family.
Father!
Whatever happened to set this off? Oh, you can be sure there's a Harkonnen at the bottom of it.
Actually, sir, reports are coming in attributing both the alcohol and death of Argus Fear to a rogue smuggler and her crew. Still, I suggest we withdraw to the residence until the situation is secure.
Yes, Davros, get us out of here.
Sir, do you mean...
Yes, Davros. Engage the battering ram.
Very good, sir. Now would be a good time to ensure all your safety harnesses are well fastened. It gets quite bumpy at ramming speed.
This is your master inspirator with the daily motivational. Today, we must remember when you live with purpose, hard work isn't an option. It's a necessity.
An iconic harvester, and nothing is as it seems. In this tale of intrigue, betrayal, and deadly ambition, the sands of Arrakis hide many secrets. Join us now as we begin to unravel the dark and mysterious truth behind the disappearance of Crew Chief Jarek Thorne. It's Death on the Titan. Episode 1. Eye of the Storm.
It was my first time on the Sand Titan, but I knew it well. Everyone did. It was the last of the old Venport Demeter 4 super harvesters. A 6-deck factory harvester with a rebuilt Dyrmidium centrifuge. A rust-hued colossus that become more than its well-worn constituent parts. The Sand Titan become a symbol of the Spice Miners Guild itself. Its silhouette was a well-known, comforting sight upon the dunes, but I wasn't there for the tour. I'd followed a long and circuitous route from Transport Thopter to Transport Thopter as I worked my way into the deep desert where the Sand Titan roamed. As a senior ombudsman for the Spice Miners Guild, it was my job to solve problems, make sure that the spice kept flowing. The spice wasn't flowing, though. The Sand Titan had been pinned down between two storm fronts and had gone dark for almost a week. That in itself wasn't unusual. The deep desert was known to be a chaotic and violent wasteland with rapidly shifting weather patterns, amongst other palpable dangers. The unusual part was the content of a secure transmission from the Titan's command deck. It turns out there'd been a suspicious death on the Great Harvester, and the crew was paralyzed with anger and fear. Unfortunately, anger and fear are bad for production. So I was ordered out of my comfortable existence in Arrakeen to find the Sand Titan and make things right. As the last leg of my fragmented journey neared its completion, I examined Chief Thorne's guild record once more. Chief Thorne was a man of discipline and was well regarded by his crew. By all accounts, Thorne wasn't one to shirk his responsibilities or fail in his duties. No, in fact, Thorne had never even been late for a single shift until that fateful night. My first interviews were with the tool pushers assigned to Thorne's shift.
He just didn't show up.
I knew right away something was wrong, so I went down to check his cabin, but he wasn't there.
We were between two Coriolis fronts at the time. We were running dark.
That means we were operating mechanical only. All electronic systems have to be shut down, to protect against the heavy electromagnetic interference generated by the storms.
Anyhow, like I said, we were running dark. Which means all holograms were offline. We had no quick way of finding them.
Yeah, Titan's a massive beast.
So, what did you do?
We did the slow way. Searched everywhere from the top
That's the command deck, the mess, the crew deck, the crew lounges, the intake deck, the processing deck, the storage racks, shaft disposal.
We even suited up and checked the flight deck.
No easy feat on the edge of two hard-charging Coriolis fronts.
And what did you find?
Nothing. No one had seen Thorne anywhere.
It was like he vanished in a thin air.
Hours passed as the crew's anxiety grew with each tick of the clock. Then, in the early morning light, shift supervisor, Lena Orlov, made a gruesome discovery.
I found him. What was left of him, anyway. His body had been pulverized in the separator. I only knew it was him from the clotted tufts of blonde hair mixed into the stew of blood and bone.
Crew Chief Thorne was dead. That was for certain. And the circumstances of his death were anything but clear. But what might have been written off as an accident at first soon began to look more and more suspicious.
This isn't supposed to be possible. The mechanical separator had a failsafe built in, a dead man's switch to prevent this very thing from happening. Someone had to deliberately override that and multiple other safety features to cause this.
At that point, Captain Andahar Noah, the Sand Titan's capable leader, sent his call for help before launching his own investigation. And among the crew, one name quickly rose to the surface. Deckhand Rico Marr. After an anonymous report, Rico had been investigated for skimming unprocessed spice, an offense that led to a heated confrontation with Crew Chief Thorne. Tell me, Tessa, how did you come to be in the crew lounge when Thorne and Rico came to blows?
It was Captain Noah's Oath Day. I was passing through the lounge on my way to pick up the cake.
And what did you see when you got there?
Thorne and Rico going at it. Well, there was a lot of yelling at first, but it got physical quick. I mean, Rico was a big guy, but Thorne knew how to fight and laid a beating on Rico. We separated them before it got too bad, but you can see for yourself. The holocam caught the last part.
You think you can humiliate me like this? I'll be shitting teeth for a month.
Count yourself lucky, thief. In the old days, they would have fed you through the mechanical separator.
I have no bloody idea how that got there. I've never seen that before.
The incident had been diffused, for the time being. But the tension between Thorne and Rico was palpable. Was it enough to drive Rico Marr to murder? That's what I was working to find out.
I was shift supervisor in Chief Thorne's next rotation.
And how would you characterize Thorne's state of mind?
Thorne was worried. He didn't report the fight with Rico straight away, which is weird for such a straight arrow.
What happened next?
We don't know all the details, but
Someone's
holocam
here.
coverage tracked Rico and Thorne had him later the same night. Second altercation.
Did Rico have an alibi for the time of Thorne's disappearance?
No, he didn't. He claimed he was in his quarters the whole time. But the storm front had closed in and we were running dark. There was no way to confirm his location with the holocams.
So, with suspicions mounting against the deckhand, Captain Noah ordered Rico Marr to the brig.
And what we found next raised even more questions.
What am I looking at?
That's a mnemonic film wire containing a coded message to Thorne.
I knew exactly what it was, but I wanted to learn what the shift supervisor knew.
Far as we could tell, the code was based on old cipher used by Atreides signal intelligence.
The plot was thickening. Why was Thorne receiving secret messages from the Atreides? And why was that message in Rico's possession? I hadn't decided yet whether Rico was lying or not, but it seemed the crew had made up their minds.
5 minutes with our good friend Rico.
Communications specialist Jeb Dolan was tasked with deciphering the secret message, and I tried to impress upon him the importance of doing a quick but thorough job. What started as a murder was rapidly becoming something else, and I had to get to the bottom of it quickly. The Spice Miners Guild had a mandate to remain neutral in the ongoing war of assassins, and had successfully done so. Thus far, or had we?
Reveal yourself!
Join us again next time, as new secrets are revealed, and we dive deeper into the enigmatic death of Crew Chief Jarek Thorne. But until then, stay vigilant and watch the sands, until death on the Titan returns.
You're tuned to Harvester Radio, the Dune Man source for bulletins, weather, and all matters of import to the Spice Miners Guild. Next on Harvester Radio, it's Dune Sea Dispatches with Violetta May.
This is Violetta May with another episode of Dune Sea Dispatches, a program where we share a day in the life of a Dune man and shine a spotlight on an exemplary brother of the Spice Miners Guild. Today we have a very special episode as we journey deep into the Habaria Erg, where we join Harvest Crew AD-377 and their star-crossed crew chief, Keith Valari. Now, our listeners may well know Chief Valari from his frequent safety interludes on this very station.
This is Dune Man Keith Valari, reminding you to vary your route and returning with a full spice load. My crew found a shortcut we'd become comfortable relying on. But then so did a gang of ruthless brigands. Our carry-all was forced down and stripped before we knew it. We were trapped on that rock island for 57 days. Be profitable. Be safe.
57 days indeed. Many of you will recall the intensive search for crew chief Valari and his crawler before they were declared lost in absentia. We know now, almost a year later, that they were in fact victims of the notorious Fremen outlaw Zantara, the self-styled Lion of the Desert. And when we caught up with crew chief Valari, the outlaw Fremen was still very much on mind.
Do I still think about the man? Barely a moment goes by in the day when the face of that Fremen bastard isn't in my head. Sleep is a bit of a respite. But then, you gotta wake up, don't you?
Indeed. One must open one's eyes to greet the day. A healthy attitude, Chief Ilari. If you would now, paint a picture for our listeners. Tell us of your fateful encounter with the outlaw Zantara the Lion.
1 million solari is up to, I'm told. The Imperial bounty on his head.
A tidy sum by any measure. And not coincidentally, the same reward offered by House Harkonnen for the outlaw's intact crysknife.
2 million no one will ever collect. You can mark my words on that, Violetta. Not ever.
I'm quite sure our vaunted Sardaukar legions would energetically disagree.
Don't matter. Know how tough and strong you are. Ever try catching smoke with your hands? One moment's all's well. You're catching a tailwind. You're making your way. And then you blink and they're just Fremen everywhere. You haven't seen them in action. We have.
Then tell us, Chief. Our listeners are on pins and needles, anxiously awaiting your vivid account.
It started like any other day. It was hot. Back then we were pushing an old vent called Demeter 4. Real monster harvester. 6-level factory deck with a rebuilt Dimidium centrifuge. Couldn't carry enough coolant to feed that beast.
Fascinating. I had thought all the old pre-chome equipment would have long been phased out by the Guild.
It had, but with over a third of our fleet glassed when Carthage went atomic.
And of course, all the sabotage owing to Zantara must have greatly reduced the Harvester fleet.
They don't broadcast it, but there's a dire shortage of working crawlers right now. We're doing our best to keep the lads on the sand, but the Guild's have been forced to recommission some very old equipment.
The spice must flow.
But the thing of it is, the old Demeter 4s are massive. We're at least a third more than our regular rigs.
Fascinating. Do Guild planners factor that into their calculations when tasking crews and setting quotas?
If only. We could use a few medsats on the payroll comes a thing, but no. We're supplied with a grid reference, and the firm understanding that we won't come home without a full load. How we get there is up to us.
So you found your spot, filled your containers with spice, and then...
This is where it gets sticky. It's easier to judge us after the fact for not varying our route, as the safety spot says. But the fact is, as we explained to the Guild Ombudsman, there was only one place wide enough for us to hold the old crawler through that section of mountains.
And Zantara was waiting.
Aye, we did what we could. Varied our schedule, deployed additional air support, but they didn't come from the sky that day.
They didn't?
As I said, the only way to pass through that mountain sector was a certain gap in the rock. And that's where they hit us. Perched up on the canyon walls like great brown spiders. Can't imagine how long they've been waiting there. Boarded us as we sailed by. Easy as stepping onto a passing boat.
Brazen.
A daring piece of work, if you ask me. I could admire the brass of it if it wasn't happening to us. But we met him head on, for all the chance we stood. See, the dervish is born with a dagger in his hand, and a hatred for all outsiders. Our exterior didn't stand a chance. Didn't even get off the alarm. We didn't know we were boarded till they were already on the control deck. But then it was too late. There were only 13 of us left, from a crew of 120.
A tragic loss of equipment. And personnel.
They took us into the deep desert, and dropped us from a scoop hatch.
Dropped, you say? From on high?
Not too high. And a mostly soft landing.
Well, that's something.
Unfortunately, the closest hard ground was more than a kilometer away.
Oh dear.
The first worm must have been there already. Wasn't even a big one, but it took 3 of us straight away. The beast barely had time to dive before we spotted 2, then 3, then 4 more trails in the sand coming right for us.
What did you do?
The only thing we could do. Run. Fast as we could, for the hard ground is more of the Titanic bastards join the hunt. By the time we made the Rock Island, we counted at least 22 trails in our wake.
But you made it.
7 did, down from 13. I guess Zantara didn't want to waste the edge on his blade. Figured the desert would do his dirty work for him.
But you made the Rock Island safe, in a manner of speaking.
Aye, we made the Rock Island. But we were nowhere near safe. We had no supplies, no comms, and limited flora to gather dew from.
We know now that you were on the island for 57 days before your spectacular and frankly shocking return. How in the Emperor's name did you survive?
We're Dune men, Violetta. The desert is our home as much as any other, including the Forever. Outworlders and city folk might think Caracas is a lifeless tundra, but they couldn't have it more wrong. There is an abundance of life-supporting flora and fauna if you know what to look for. Beetles, locusts, and the like. Desert sage coming up from the rocks. Its seeds are especially invigorating.
Fascinating.
Of course, water was in short supply, but we were disciplined with the little we gathered each morning from the dew. No, the real danger lay in the weekly Coriolis storms we faced. And then, what they uncovered.
I must ask you to pause there, Chief Valari, for station identification and the daily
Sector weather
motivational
alert.
with our
A
dear
large
master
sandstorm is approaching.
inspirator, Jovian Huss. We'll be right back with more Dune Sea dispatches after this.
This is Harvester Radio, the voice of the Spice Miners Guild. Broadcasting from Hefeston Depository at frequency 732.4 on your local Communinet dial. And now, the Daily Motivational with Master Inspirator Jovian Huss.
This is your Master Inspirator with the Daily Motivational. Today we remember that we must suffer the pains of discipline, or we must face the pains of consequence.
Later on Harvester Radio, it's Point Counterpoint, an informational program where we discuss matters of great importance to our guild body. And
Sector
then
weather
it's
alert.
the
A large
Highliner Report,
sandstorm is
where
approaching.
we examine current events from across the Imperium. But now, back to Dune Sea Dispatches with Violetta May.
This is Violetta May, and we are back in the Habania Erg with Keith Valari, famed rig boss of Crew AD-377, a crew known guild-wide for enduring a truly miserable cascade of misfortune, a series of events that essentially embodied the worst fears of every Dune man rolled into one nightmarish episode.
It was bad as it was happening, but somehow the telling of it makes it seem even worse.
At first, there was the brutal ambush and assault at the hands of the Fremen outlaw Zantara. That reduced a crew of 127 down to 13. 13 who were then dropped and unceremoniously abandoned in the deep desert, left to die in an arid stretch of waste trafficked heavily by the oldest and most voracious of Arrakis's fearsome sandworm population. From there, only 7 of those 13 managed the marathon sprint to hard ground on a rock island just over a kilometer away. And now, Chief Valari was regaling us with tales of Coriolis storms, terrible weather events that occur with ferocious intensity in the deepest desert. Chief Valari.
Hey, the storms. Would have killed us outright on the first night, but we found ourselves a cleft in the
Sector
rock
weather
just big
alert.
enough to
A large
accommodate the 6 of
sandstorm
us.
is approaching.
6? But wasn't it 7 of you that made the hard ground?
Yes, 7. But no matter how we organized it, our crevasse in the rocks got hold but 6.
A cold calculation if there ever was.
We drew twigs to see who would take their chances with the storm. Big Jarabai Mixon drew short. Best separator tech I ever rode with. Jarabai lost a twin brother at Carthage and was never the same. In hindsight, I suppose he accepted his fate with a degree of resignation.
I suspect there isn't a one of us that hasn't been affected by the terrible destruction of Carthage to some extent. A brother, a cousin, a longtime comrade.
Aye. When we arose that morning after the first storm, Jarabai was nowhere to be found. We said a few words on his behalf, and the rest of our lost brothers. But then it was time to turn our attention to rescue.
A very slight hope, one would think, considering your position in the deep desert so far from any known flight paths or trade routes.
Aye, slight. But we knew without saying that even a slight hope might be the difference between survival and other less desirable outcomes.
And how did it go from there? 57 days. The mind recoils.
How did it go from there? In a word, badly. Practically speaking, eating bugs and living on a thimble of water kept us on the right side of the grave. But morale went south quickly. Suppose the natural protections of the shield wall have insulated us from the full, unbridled force of the Coriolis storm. But there was no such protection in the deep desert. We saw firsthand the full power of the storm, the extent to which it can reshape a landscape.
How do you mean?
I mean, we survived 5 major storms in the deep desert, each one entirely redefining our world. After the first storm, our safe area increased by nearly half as the winds exposed more hard ground for us to inhabit.
And helped to keep the sandworms at bay, one would imagine.
Aye. The storms were maddening to endure.
Terrifying.
One storm exposed a ridge of volcanic rock that formed a bridge to the next island. The next shrank our safe ground to a mere 20-meter disc. That's when we lost Ordeni.
That's Zeno Ordeni, your signals officer?
We dusted off after a bad day to have a look around at how small our world had gotten. Ordeni said, no thank you.
Press back up.
It passed into a kind of strange euphoria, where the lack of food, water, hope,
What did you see?
It was our last night in the desert. We didn't know it, of course. In fact, one of the whole storms was moving upon us. The conclusion that we were trying to survive the night. But in that street out not until we were buried alive.
Rip it empty.
Clawed our way to the surface. Could only crawl as the gale force winds kept us pinned down. Our rock island had been reduced to a single projection, which we foolishly clung to considering all the static electricity arcing around us. But that's when we saw it. A light in the distance. It took us a while to acknowledge it, since we all thought it part of our own personal hallucinations. But once we collectively established what we were seeing, we went for it. Longest 500-meter crawl in history. When we got there, only Tom Tenney and I were left.
What happened to the other 3?
Dunno. They just weren't with us. When we got there, there was no practical way to look for them.
And what was it that you found?
The light was coming from a hatch in the ground. Surprisingly, the mechanism still functioned, and Tony and I pulled ourselves inside.
Fascinating.
We were in one of those old Empire botanical testing stations you hear about, but never think is real. I guess the power plant had just been humming away at minimum output for 10,000 years or so. But the air condensers were still functioning.
Water?
Aye. As much as we could drink. And food rations. Well preserved in a hermetically sealed environment. We couldn't believe that it'd been here the whole time as we lived and died just a short distance away.
But you found more than food and water.
Whatever they'd been studying had been stripped out before they abandoned the place. We did leave behind a short
ready for new challenges, new adventures, and a special place as the Guild's public safety warden. I hear the vote was
lose brothers out on the Dune Sea? Yes, again. Do we bend the rules to get it done? Tell me. When they say be
Profitability is the lubricant that keeps our great machine running. I want to thank my guest, Crew Chief Valari, for sharing his evocative and affecting tale of survival in the deep desert. And Officer AV-377 for allowing us to join them out here in the Habania Erg. We'll be back next week to share a day in the life of another exemplary brother of the Spice Miners Guild. For now, this is Violetta May for Dune Sea Dispatches, signing off.
This is your master inspirator with the daily motivational. Today we must remember we don't work for recognition, but do work worthy of recognition.
To Harvester Radio, the Dune Man's source and all kinds of information to the spice. Next on Harvester Radio, it's Dune Sea Dispatches with Corbin Dane.
This is Corbin Dane with another episode of Dune... of the Spice Miners Guild. Today, we're taking you aboard the last operational mega harvester, the Sand Titan, to explore the unique culture and traditions that make this community on the sand one of a kind. On the Sand Titan, there's more than just hard work and heavy machinery. There's a rich tapestry of traditions, superstitions, and camaraderie that binds the crew together. To give us a closer look, we're joined by Darius Morton, shift foreman on this mighty harvester.
Welcome aboard, Corbin. The Titan's an old beast, but she's still crawling along. Praise the Emperor. and she's got character. We keep her running with sheer grit and a touch of desert wisdom.
Thank you, Darius. Yes, the Sand Titan, of course, is a legendary vessel, last of the old behemoths. Can you tell us a little bit about the traditions and rituals that have developed among the crew over the years?
Well, it's the little things that matter out here, Corbin. Like, you can always spot a rookie by how they buckle their harness. Veterans know better than to strap in too tight. When worm sign is called, you want to be able to get out fast. And we mark our gear. Every tool and gadget out here has a story to tell. And the most trusted ones get passed down from worker to worker. It may come a day when your very life depends on your spanner doing what it's supposed to. We can read the history of a tool and the notches and markings, sometimes decades back.
That's fascinating, Darius. What other customs have formed amongst the crew?
Well, there's an unofficial pecking order of sorts, I guess. It's not just about rank out here, but seniority and respect. If you've earned a nickname, you've earned your place. That's what we say. And we've got plenty of initiation rites. Ways for the new guys to prove they've got what it takes. We call it earning your sand legs.
I've heard there's a lot of superstition, especially concerning the sandworms.
Absolutely. You never ever say safe out loud. It's a bad luck word. And every last man's got a charm or talisman of some sort. You survive an attack, you pick up another one. You can see old-timers out here with a whole plethora of knickknacks around their necks, jingling like blood rose trees, some of them.
It sounds like a deeply ingrained culture. Now, what about the daily routines and the way you dress?
We don't make a big fuss out of it now. What with the purge and everything. But most of us have picked up Fremen customs without even realizing it. Like the way we wrap our faces from the sand. More than practical, it's ritual. And we've got our own style, that's for sure. You'll see all kinds of patches and modifications on the standard issue coveralls. Meals, of course, are a big deal. That's the one time of day we all come together to share stories. No one eats alone, unless they really want to be left alone.
What about the legends and stories amongst the crew?
Every veteran's got a story or two, that's for sure. There's the tale of old man Rashad, who supposedly rode a worm for half a mile after getting thrown off his buggy. Stories keep us connected to the past and remind us of what we're up against.
And now, finally, I think our listeners are eager to hear about those famous nicknames, or infamous, maybe I should say.
Well, if someone asks for Tariq al-Salam out here, nobody knows who that is. But ask for Dune Rat, and everyone knows that's 1217. Then we've got Shovel Slicer, Rock Raider, Spice Sniffer, Cotter Tutu. Then there's the Scorpion, Puff Puff, the Islander, Sink Stain, Rat Catcher and Desert Storm, the Knob, the Knot, the Not So Much, Nutcracker, Spice Head, Weave Master. Then there's Dune Walker, the Cuckoo, Cardboard, Mr. Pudding, Oink Oink, the Judge, the Taxman, and the Thief of Caladan, Cave Dweller. Oh, smelly. Chubby, then Tin House, Arn the Raider, and the Sausage. And those are just the ones fit for civilized ears, mind you.
Yeah, those are some fantastic names. Well, this has been a fascinating and informative look into the unique culture the Dune men have created here. Thank you, Darius, for sharing these stories and giving us an inside look at life on the Sand Titan.
Anytime. And remember, if you're ever out here, Corbin, you're part of the family too. I mean it. Call me.
We'll be back next week to share a day in the life of another exemplary brother of the Spice Miners Guild. For now, this is Corbin Dane for Dune Sea Dispatches, signing off.
The Combine Hunted Communinet Theater presents an Arakin Playhouse production of 5 Days at Carthage. Brought to you by the generous patronage of the Padishah Emperor and the tireless support of the Spice Miners Fellowship and Leisure Committee. And now, it's time to dim the lights and return with us to those fateful days before catastrophe came calling. It's part 2 of 5 Days at Carthage.
The Imperial Scenarist Guild has been provided unfettered access to the sealed records and testimonies of those who survived the Carthage incident. The following dramatization represents the official truth, as judged and signed by the Imperial Chamber Court and Audit Council.
So let us journey then to the burning sands of Arrakis, a desert planet in a far-flung corner of the known universe. The year is 10-1-94, and the war of assassins between House Atreides and their ancient enemy House Harkonnen is well underway. We join our story in the bleak hills of the Simpo Uplands, a barren and windswept place, devoid of any life. Devoid, but for the crew of smugglers carefully negotiating the rad-blasted hellscape.
The locals say these hills are haunted.
What locals? There are no locals. Not anymore.
That half-blind fortune teller in Arsum said these hills were wild with evil spirits.
She called them Jinn.
The bigger question is, how the hell a half-blind fortune teller in Arsum knew to talk about these hills at all? Did we not agree to keep quiet about coming here? Simple was a restricted sector. Sardaukar kill on sight if they find you.
I didn't say we were coming. I asked if it was haunted. Chingo and Max were saying it was, and I don't want any part of any ghosts or jinns or whatever.
So, what did your half-blind fortune teller say?
He told us an old grabbin' tale about the jinn. Angry spirits, born when someone dies suddenly and violently, without knowing the how or why of it. Sorry, Stisk. Val said you had people in Simpo.
Contact. Get ready. Around the next bend on my mark. Go!
Hold up! Hold up!
What? What is it?
I didn't know what it was, but I got some on my boots.
I got it in my mouth.
Looks like it could have been a kit fox. There's a bit of tail.
Boss, if anyone else is in this sector, that was very loud.
What are we doing here anyway? I'm told this is a restricted sector. The Sardaukar kill on sight.
This one's got a sense of humor. Let's kill her.
Ha! You can try.
Time to move.
We're here for an old family heirloom. A necklace I left in the care of my sister.
Didn't mark you as the sentimental type.
Sentimental got nothing to do with it. What's mine is mine. As long as my toad of a mother didn't find it and trade it for a pinch of spice.
What makes you think it isn't a hardened pile of scrap with the rest of the place?
Maybe it is. That's what we're here to find out.
What is this stuff?
Regular old sand. Heated to 5,500 degrees.
Who did this?
Surprised you don't know. Your Honorable Duke was in the thick of it.
It was before she arrived on Arrakis, and not a story either side wishes to tell.
What story, Fel?
Simpo was a Harkonnen village, even after Shaddam took Arrakis from us.
He means the village elders were bought and paid for.
Anyway, it seems the town water system had a crack in it, or a deficiency of some kind. But no matter how many times the village petitioned us for help, they were met with typical Harkonnen indifference. Granted, we had a war of assassins to wage, and there were other priorities. But that didn't sit so well with the younger folk in the town.
Seems that dying of thirst makes you cranky. Go figure.
So let me guess. They went behind your backs to the Atreides.
Yeah, you got a smart one here, Val. Don't screw it up.
Of course. The clever bastard Tufir Hawat immediately saw both the strategic and propagandic value in turning a Harkonnen stronghold. Duke Leto tasked his best men with the job.
You know, I don't think propagandic is a word, Big Ox.
What did the Harks do?
Harkonnen loyalists within the town began a campaign of sabotage to discredit the Atreides and undermine the sister project.
Typical Harkonnen treachery.
A superficial investigation uncovered the treachery, but the Atreides engineers couldn't prove their innocence and were ultimately arrested.
I'm sure that didn't sit well with the Duke.
The Atreides acted quickly and decisively, deploying a full garrison to free their engineers and install the younger upstart villagers as the new town leadership.
I'm sure that fat slig of a Baron loved to hear that.
He did not. But he was spread too thin to do much about it. Even when the new town leadership formalized their fealty to House Atreides.
Good for them. Sorry, Val, but your old crew were a band of snakes.
You must never be sorry for observing the truth. But at the same time, snakes are at their most dangerous when cornered.
What happened?
The Baron grew tired of losing ground to the Atreides, and dispatched the biggest snake of all to fix his nephew's problems.
Peter de Vries, the Lord High Snake himself.
Upon returning to Arrakis, Peter de Vries's first order of business was to organize the destruction of Simpo, as a warning and message to those who contemplated disloyalty. A massive host of Harkonnen house troops arrived in the dead of night to encompass the town. Outnumbered and surrounded, it was all the Atreides could do to fall back and await reinforcements.
The Harkonnen went on to execute all 27 of the young villagers who collaborated with the Atreides. My sister Sigrid among them.
I did not know that.
Of course you didn't, kid, but I don't hold that against you. I hold it against every other living and breathing Harkonnen and anyone who serves them.
That still doesn't explain the melted sand.
When the sun rose the next morning, the Atreides emerged from their bunker to find the Harkonnens were gone. Their relief was short-lived, though, when fire began to rain from the sky.
The Baron kept a stockpile of ancient siege artillery from the old Empire.
And did this?
The Atreides force and most of the town were incinerated in their beds. Just in time for a massive Coriolis storm to come along and blow away anything left behind.
Sorry to interrupt your great tragedy, but I think we're being followed.
We are. The last 2 clicks or so. Keep going, we're almost there.
Almost where?
The rubble pile that used to be my home. This way. Here it is. Not much to look at topside.
Topside?
Cover me.
A trapdoor.
Guess I was born a smuggler. Pull it shut behind you.
Damn. It's all scorched and melted.
I was worried about that. The heat from the bombardment must have cooked this place like an oven.
So we came all this way for nothing.
Not for nothing. They're in business.
Huh. What kind of necklace is that?
Shit. I thought we'd have more time.
What's the plan here, boss?